Alrighty. Everything's fired up and working properly. Oh. Yeah, that's not right. Give me just a second. One more thing. There we go. Now everything should be updated. So today is a very low-end chase for where I'm at. It was a very impromptu chase. I was actually driving to reposition for tomorrow, and well, I came across a couple of little storms and they looked pretty, so I decided I would fire up a stream. And of course, they're not looking fantastic at the moment, but continue to monitor them. Screen's gonna go black for just a second. Alright. Like I said, this area is in a very, very low risk. It's not even in a marginal risk. But there was a little bit of a boundary interaction earlier that it was trying to... there was actually a bit of a lowering on it at one point, but that has since dissipated once it kind of lost interaction with the boundary. Kind of show you what I'm talking about over here. So right now we're just northwest of Topeka, Kansas. I play the radar loop for you guys. I may have to go back a couple more frames, but let these load. On the poor computer internet connection. Yeah, here we go. So right about here is when there was a little bit of some of that boundary interaction from whichever kind of boundary this is here. I have no idea what kind of boundary it actually is because I have not paid any attention to the forecast for this area today or anything like that. I was literally just driving to reposition for tomorrow and I saw some cool stuff, so I figured I would fire up a stream for a little bit. Boundary, so I wasn't expecting anything tornadic in this environment at all today, so that doesn't surprise me one bit. But I did see a pretty nice shelf cloud a little bit earlier, so probably gonna head towards this storm over by Manhattan and then see where we can go from there. Yes, I will definitely stay off the dirt roads today. Absolutely. I'm not having a repeat of yesterday. And I did get the mud out of my car. I was gonna get to like an area where I could stop up close to the risk area for tomorrow. And then I was gonna post a community update on YouTube with a couple of photos but it looks a lot nicer, that's for sure. So we're gonna take this road just a little further northeast, and then we'll drop south onto I-70 and then go west. And I know this does not look like much at all right now, and it's kind of unfortunate. But I have some pictures that I took earlier from when I scheduled the stream. I was originally planning on going towards those storms by Kansas City, but those have kind of weakened a little bit, and they're not as great looking, and it was further away. This will probably be a short stream, probably only like maybe an hour and a half, but guess you never know, so. Right now we are got a little bit of flooding on the road here. Not a lot, but this is enough rain to cause issues because of all the rain that they've had the past 2 days already. I think this is where I turn. Yes, it is. Perfect. Yeah, there's definitely water ponding on the road a little bit. Yes, Amar, it is quite moist. But overall, yesterday was actually a really fun day, so. And then today I saw more storm structure than I thought I would see, so it's another win in my books. Doesn't really matter if there's a severe risk in this area or not. One, the flooding could potentially be an issue because of all the rain that they've already gotten. And two, you don't need severe storms to see pretty storms, so. I don't know, Tom. I'll have to get that figured out again. Because it was working. I wonder if it's because there's too many. I don't know why that would be any sort of issue, but I don't know. We'll figure it out eventually. Exactly. But we're just about out of the rain here, and then we'll start heading west on I-70 likely. But given the amount of precipitation and the intense flooding issues southeast of Manhattan there, so that's kind of the direction we're heading. One, because it might have a cool shelf cloud on it because of the precipitation to dry air in there. Be surprised if there was some flash flooding issues. So if you're in the area, just hazard that you should watch out for. See if you can get some of the water off. was that you were saying earlier about the surface vorticity in 3 Cape?
There's quite a lot, actually, especially to your west. But there's plenty of surface vort in 3 Cape on those storms around right now. And that should continue down to the southeast as they move. So, like, anything that can kind of interact with that boundary would have a chance at, like, maybe a spout.
Alright, copy that.
Liking that storm to your west. It doesn't look super organized, but it could.
Yeah, that's where I'm heading right now, because even if it doesn't interact or do anything, it's probably got a good shelf cloud on it, given the amount of precipitation gradient on that leading edge, and could also lead to a flash flooding risk, because that's a lot of precipitation there.
That's true. Yeah, we'll see if it holds together as it moves southeast. Because, yeah, the ARRR was showing this whole complex moving down towards like Fort Scott and Nevada, so I think maybe we could see severe potential tick up later too as it moves southeast, but that's if you stay with it for that long. But that's what the models are saying it'll be.
Good gracious, that was almost a crash. There were those vehicles parked outside, and there was a semi that wasn't paying attention and started weaving off on, and was like over the right shoulder, and he was approaching the vehicles parked on the side. So that's not cool. So we do have a visual on that storm to the west. It is, I'll zoom in a little bit. It's very low on the horizon, but like there's a, probably the front leading edge of the shelf cloud is that edge right there where it goes from the light sky to where it gets darker. That's probably the leading edge of the shelf cloud. Yeah, this could actually turn into being a really pretty storm. How far away is that from us? So it's only 25 miles, and it's moving slightly east, and we're heading towards it. So we'll be there and get a good visual on it in probably like 15 minutes most. Wow, that storm to the west just took on a really weird shape.
It really did. Looking pretty interesting, actually.
So here's what I'm talking about, guys. I'll show you some of the radar. We've got the interesting looking storm here, and it's interacting with this boundary right here. And now it's kind of starting to take on a shrimp-like shape. So
I like how it's starting to like orient that outflow boundary more southwest and northeast. I think if we can get it more south-north oriented, it might have a shot at doing something. I don't know. I don't want to say tornado, but landspout maybe? Not sure.
yeah, there's also a little bit of an uptick in velocity as well, so that's interesting.
Yeah, it's moving southeast at like 30. Hopefully there's a good south option soon.
I can probably drop south into Alma.
Copy that.
But yeah, so that's what I'm referring to, guys. So it's definitely...
You're probably going to be the only chaser on this storm.
Probably we're in a general thunderstorm risk area. So, you never know. Sometimes you're just in the right place at the right time for something.
I think it's grabbing the outflow boundary, dude.
It might be. Holy cow, guys, look at that structure. The structure is absolutely incredible.
I would have never thought this would have done that. Like,
So we'll have to drive into a little bit of some precipitation up ahead before we can drop south and get a visual on it again. But it shouldn't be too much precipitation. We're only about 9 miles from our south option that we'll be taking. So this is actually looking rather interesting. I would have never ever thought. As Daniel would say, timing.
seems like your timing was pretty perfect.
Sure seems that way. Stay in your lane there, bud. Thank you.
I mean, it's got a mezzo aloft. It's trying to develop on near the surface too.
I think it's trying to adjust that boundary to the latest reflectivity.
Very, very possible. Just needs a little bit more of a push. I think it might do something stupid. And it's getting an RFD under too.
It could also just be like the leading edge of a shelf, but it looks mighty interesting. Wow, absolutely ground scraping over there. That's incredible. Why are you in the left lane if you're not passing?
Honestly, I think they should severe warn this. We have GR2 saying there's like 1.34 inch hail on this. Probably like quarter size, like 1 inch, 1.25 inch. Nothing crazy.
Copy that. I was wondering if they were going to put like a special weather statement on it or something, because there's absolutely nothing on it right now.
Yeah. And this thing keeps moving southeast. Like, I mean, even if it doesn't grab the boundary now, it should still have a chance, like, as it moves southeast. So, I mean, this could be kind of interesting. Only thing I see might be hindering it, I'm not even sure about that, is like lower 60s dews. But as it moves southeast, there's better moisture too. So, I don't know. This could be a fairly long-lived supercell even.
This is just silly that they're just camping in the left lane, not passing. They did pass that semi eventually, but it's like, my goodness. Like I said, we got to go into a little bit of precipitation, then we'll be dropping south and we'll have a fantastic view of this. Like, absolutely incredible. Okay, 2 miles until our exit. We'll be heading south. Okay, these people are not actually passing the semi, so we'll just have to sneak in behind them so that we don't miss our exit. This is shocking, to say the least. Half a mile. I'm going to turn the camera in preparation for when we're going to make this turn, because while we're at highway speeds here, it'll help blow some of the rain off of the lens. Gotta get past some of these hills, and we'll continue south to get out of the precipitation and be able to look back up at the storm.
At the very least, this is going to have good structure, so I'm pretty excited.
Oh, absolutely.
It does look like it's having some issues with adjusting the boundary, but I don't know. Like you can get to stick with this thing for a while. I think. Hopefully, you know, pretty and all that. But from what I see right now, it looks like it.
Yeah, just need to keep getting south and get around this vehicle that's going 15 under the speed limit. There was the passing zone, perfect. Alright guys, we're almost out of the precipitation. Wow. Doesn't have a severe thunderstorm warning, doesn't have a special weather statement, nothing. And this is why I decided to go live. We'll be going through Alma, Kansas momentarily. Bear with me for just... Once we get out of the rain, I will step out of the vehicle and just wipe the raindrops off of the lens, but there's no use in doing that now when it's just going to rain more. Just a second, we gotta go this direction for like a quarter mile, so I'm not going to bother spinning the camera at the moment. moment. Almost north south.
Yeah, it's certainly trying to modify that boundary there. It's just been slightly behind it. I don't think it's really been able to kind of grab it yet, but again, I still think it has a shot. Especially if we can get an interflow merger or something like that, it would push that boundary right into the notch. So, I don't know. I like what I'm seeing still.
There it is, guys. There is the storm. Incredible. Wow, look at that view on stream.
Pretty cool.
I'm still flabbergasted that this doesn't have a special weather statement or anything.
Yeah, I really think they should. At least a special weather statement, yeah. Hail size has come down a bit, but yeah, agreed.
Absolutely incredible. Yeah, like I said, once we get a little further south, I'm going to stop, and actually it looks like the rain has kind of made its way off of the lens, but I'm going to stop, and I'm probably going to grab some pictures of it too. Just a sec. I'll actually zoom out so you guys can see the full view of it. Definitely trying to do something interesting looking, so based on radar as well. Lots of hills right along here. Let's see if we can find a spot at the top of one of them, and if there's like a little path that we can pull off on. Not seeing a ton for options. That's a driveway, like an actual house's driveway, so we'll pass on that for the moment. Okay, we may have a road option up here. How far is it? This just goes into the trees though. That's not what we want. Yeah, that's no good. Don't want to get too far south of this, but at the same time we want to keep with it. I think actually continuing south here is not a bad option. But I really just want to find a place with a view without all these hills, which is kind of to make reality. Almost close. But how does this look on camera? Let me just picky here. We'll keep this spot in mind in case we have to come back. It looks like it's starting out a little bit as far as hills and trees, so it looks like we'll have a good road network. Well, welcome. I was before I started driving this way, so we'll see if we can see anything cool. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but the road network is actually looking quite promising to be able to stick with it. Ooh, yes. This is like perfect. Make sure there's no one behind us. We are still good. Now I'll get the camera spun around a little bit. Very slight upward motion and some rotation. Trying to do something funky with the boundary. on my phone.
Channel 1.
Just south of Alma, Kansas. Dang it, Google. And rising motion. Post. As long as we stay in cell signal area, post should send well. I think we might have found a new viewing point. Man, we won't be able to stay here for long, unfortunately. No, we're gonna lose our visual too soon. Because I can see the precipitation coming up from behind it, and that's gonna block our view. So we've got to continue this way. And then get east. Why is my phone not connecting to Starlink? Because I need it to connect, like, now. So that this tweet can go through. Because it's not. Let me try something else quick. was able to connect to one of my other internet sources, and this tweet just went through, which is good. Now I need to monitor back there. Oh, absolutely perfect. There's a little right here that we can use. Evan, if you're watching the stream, I have zero internet connection on the radio right now, so I can't hear anything. I can't switch. So we're getting a new reflectivity scan right now. Okay, I have reason to believe that this is ingested.
Channel 1.
I just got radio signal back. I think it's ingesting the boundary.
Copy that. Yeah, I can see on your stream. Yeah, the signal's really, really more out there.
It should be. I did not realize that the signal was being so spotty, guys. Sorry about that. I don't know why it is, because we should be having Starlink picking up the rest of it, because there's nothing above us here. Should be pushing through a stream okay right now. Everything on my end, it is struggling a little bit right now, but then it bumps back up. me just a second, guys. I'm gonna try. The stream is probably gonna cut out for just a second. I'm going to likely attempt to reboot the encoder because something is not going right. I'll be right back. We need to move like right now. I think this is trying to produce some sort of landspout thing or something. I can see. Don't know how well you guys can see it. It's this area right here, but it's spinning rapidly and it's heading towards the road. So I want to make sure we don't get caught behind it. Terrible. Gosh dang it, no cell signal anywhere. Okay, I don't know if the stream is coming through right now, but right now I just need to focus on getting east and then south. Is the stream signal any better? Alright guys, I think I have my chat back. Is the stream signal stabilized a little bit?
Channel 1.
Okay, perfect. I'm so glad the signal is better. So I guess that reboot worked. Something weird was going on. I really need to get this radio hooked into the Wi-Fi as well, so that I can still have communication when there's no cell signal, but when my other internet sources has it. Definitely not looking quite as suspicious right at this exact moment, but we're also not in as favorable of a position right now. I definitely saw a lot of rising motion when we were parked on the side of the road there and I said we had to go. Don't know if the stream caught that, but it was very low contrast. It wasn't that big lowered area at the back. It was the cloud deck more. It looked very promising. Once again, stuff in a general thunderstorm risk area that you would have never expected. The cell signal is still struggling a little bit right now. Starlink should be carrying a lot more than it is right this moment, so not quite sure what's going on. I didn't get that over the radio, whatever it was. I think for right now we're just going to drop a little bit south and just turn around and watch it as it comes from the northwest, because we have a good east option down here with, looks like, County Road 31. So we'll probably park very close to that intersection so that when we have to go east to continue with this storm, we're already there. like it's kind of trying to struggle with the boundary a little bit. I think it's still in the process of ingesting it because the boundary goes like right up into the storm. So I think it's still trying to process it. Then once it fully does, we'll see what happens with this storm. Trying to figure out what's going on with Starlink right now, because it should not be struggling this bad. We should definitely be pushing higher video quality than we are right now, and it's a little frustrating that we're not. East option where we're gonna stop and watch this, and then I'm gonna disconnect from Starlink for just a minute to see if I can troubleshoot. Because this is painfully low bit rate that's getting pushed through. Oh, this is absolutely perfect. Got a little gravel area right here. The only way it could be better is if those power lines went, but it'll work. running a couple of, gonna try to run a couple of tests on the Starlink to see what's going on. Okay, yeah, we're gonna. What the heck is going on? There's something really strange going on. Get it. Painful.
Weird. You're not like out of data or something, are you?
No, definitely not.
Maybe there's like a loose connection or something. That's the only thing I can really think of.
Okay, I just disconnected and reconnected, and now it seems to be pushing data a lot better, so hopefully that's it.
Crossing my fingers for you.
Also, this storm now looks pathetic on radar.
Yeah, I think whatever you just fixed it, it's a lot smoother. And yeah, agreed there. Looks like it's falling apart.
Do you have the Starlink plugged into Ethernet, or is it the Wi-Fi?
It's from the Wi-Fi. I don't have Ethernet cable on yet.
Do you have a built-in Orange Pi Wi-Fi module, or are you using the USB one, like the aftermarket one?
The aftermarket USB one.
Dude, I had this. Like in my experimenting, I've had that happen numerous times. But it's always been tied to those USB ones, and I don't know why. But then when I put the Orange Pi module in there, it's never been an issue since. I think I've got several of those Orange Pi Wi-Fi modules at home. If I do have an extra one, I'll snag one and bring it out, and you can put it in. Because I had so many problems running those USB ones, and I wouldn't say problems, but it was just like intermittent hiccups like that, where it would like be connected and it would only push like just a little bit of data, like it was throttling itself. It was just really weird.
Yeah, I had the bitrate on my stream through the Bellbox Cloud set to like 4500, and it was only pushing like 1,000 total between my different internet connections, and it was like 400 megabits for Starlink. So I just connected my phone to the Starlink and ran a speed test. It was getting 12 megabits up, so it was definitely not a Starlink connection issue.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but like that Bellbox is really picky with those USB modems, and I don't know why. And I don't think it's actually Bellbox. I think it's like a Linux thing, but
Okay, we are back,
Those
thankfully.
Wi-Fi modules are dirt cheap, and somebody sent us a bunch of them anyway. As long as I'm pretty sure that's what's in the package that came. If that's what's in there, I'll bring you one and we can try that because they literally just like plug into the board. But yeah, that's what I did with mine, and it solved the issue. Cause like I wasn't having the problem often, but when I would have the problem, it was like I would that would immediately rule it out. Like I would unplug that and then plug it into Wi-Fi Starlink and then or into the Ethernet, and then all of a sudden it just magically stopped being a problem. So I'm like, oh, maybe it's this USB thing. So I took the USB thing out, and then I put the actual Orange Pi one in. Like I've never had that issue since.
Good to know.
Sorry, but what are those Wi-Fi modules called? I gotta order one for my Orange Pi. I don't have a Wi-Fi adapter yet.
Like Orange Pi Wi-Fi thing. If you put it into Amazon, it's like $16 and some odd cents. It's a little tiny board with two little wires.
Well, that was a interesting little stream. The storm is dying out. Like, somehow I think the boundary killed it. Like, it ingested the boundary, but it didn't have enough mass in the storm, so all of the extra, like, it's basically added shear. So when it ingested the boundary, the shear pretty much tore the storm apart. Similar to like when you have setups down in Dixie or something where you have an outrageous amount of like shear for tornadic potential, but the storms need to cluster together to survive the immense shear so it doesn't just shred the updrafts apart. I think that's probably what happened here. It ingested the boundary, and with all that added vorticity and shear, it kind of imploded the storm, so to speak. Yeah, there is a low rumble on the stream right now. It's just the vehicle because I have the AC running and we're idling, so it's just kicking up the RPMs a little bit. But and I can, once we're driving, that should probably, or once we drive, the road noise covers that up. But actually, I adjusted one of the settings on here. I can probably turn the gain down a little bit. Stand by just for a second. We're going to lose audio, I think. Did that fix it? Maybe, maybe not. But I did adjust one of the microphone settings before the stream started, so that very well could be picking up additional noise that it's not supposed to. I think the storm is toast. I might go to Topeka and then like shoot north, because there's that entire like confluence band of storms like north of Topeka.
Yeah, I was watching that. There's also a supercell to your west too. Or I wouldn't even say supercell at this point. Storm. Yeah. I don't know. It looks like the stuff on the boundary is crapping out. But yeah, maybe just heading east and then Topeka is a good call. I'm interested to see what those storms look like.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go to Topeka and head north on 75 because I'm not expecting any landspout or anything from any of those storms, especially without any boundary interactions. But even before the boundary interactions earlier, a couple of the storms had nice shelf clouds, so maybe if those congeal into some sort of line, it'll look cool.
Yeah, agreed. The non-supercell tornado parameters too, like over Salina, but no storms over there. So yeah, I think that's about it for landspout potential, unless we can get something over there, but unlikely.
Alright guys, so we're gonna go to Topeka and head north. We're a little ways away from those other storms, but actually quite a ways away. But cell signal should be better. We won't have to rely on just the Starlink because we'll be closer to Topeka where they have better cell signal coverage, so we don't have to rely solely on the Starlink. But that storm was definitely extremely interesting for a while there. Yeah, I think that sounds probably just the vehicle running. I'm just gonna step out of the vehicle before we actually start driving to make sure I'm not missing anything like directly overhead, pretty much. Nope, storm is dead. Alright, makes it easy. So I guess I'll put like Holton in the GPS for now. See how long it says it'll take to get there. Holton, Kansas. An hour, that's not bad. So the storms will also be continuing. Is that? And oh, that sucks. We've got to go all the way back north to I-70 to get onto I-335. I thought that this County Highway 31, it goes over the interstate, it doesn't actually connect to it. So that sucks. I was gonna say, it didn't look like we were an hour away from there, but since we gotta backtrack on these county roads that go through towns, but we'll be able to get visuals on those updrafts before we actually get to the storms, so those are updrafts right over there. We can see them from our location, so I guess we'll just be able to focus on those as we drive closer to them. But wasn't expecting a stream today at all, so even though that storm died out, it was still a lot more interesting of a day than I thought it would be, so hold your horses. How far away are we from that western storm? Let me look. How many miles? Okay, changing plans. I am indeed going to head towards that western storm. I can see a substantial lowering on it from my location. It'll probably crap out by the time I get there, but hard to justify writing it off when I can visually see it.
Probably that. I agree with that. And it's a little closer to the best surface port in 3 Cape too.
I will.
That storm looks decent. Hey, if you're heading north, you might have just passed it, but Headwater Road looks like a dirt road. You might be able to take that. It's probably just make sure you ignore the sign.
Oh, absolutely. I'll probably try to find one of those and take it. I'll get the camera spun around for you guys so you can see maybe what I'm talking about. It looks very similar to the lowering that was on our storm as we approached it originally. So I'm gonna put Alta Vista in the GPS. Yeah, we're less than a half an hour away from being like right up on that storm. Substantial lowering. Now I need to just check to see if we have any. Well, looks like Eskridge, the town we're about to go through, has a grand total of 1 gas station. So we're gonna have to take it because we're down to a quarter tank. Thank you, I appreciate that comment. Yep, at this point I'm just going along for the ride too. Yeah, I'm planning on staying on paved roads today because gravel, potentially, as long as I can see in front of me and make sure that it doesn't turn to dirt. But even the gravel ones at this point may be a little sketchy because of the amount of rain that they've had. Gonna make this a very quick gas stop and hopefully the pumps work because it's the only gas station in that town. I'm also not going to stop if it looks like an absolute dump of a gas station. Looks like we're getting a bit of a hail core on that western storm. Okay, it says it's 0.2 miles on the left. Is it on the left? I don't know. .1 miles from it. Okay, that is the gas station right there. We are not stopping at that. just turned it around so you guys can see it. We're not stopping at that gas station. I think there was like one more option on this road as we go towards Alta Vista. But if not, we'll just get gas there. We've got plenty of gas to get to where we gotta get to. Okay, yep, I would consider that a raggedy wall cloud. Let me get the... Because that's definitely not a shelf feature, because it doesn't go all the way around the storm. Oh, that is the zoomed in. Yeah, there it is. It's like, it's passing that power pole right now. Okay, I can now confirm that it has a ragged wall cloud on it.
Very interesting.
No problem for a Buick Encore.
Definitely not. I'm going to switch to the front camera for now. See it, because that one zooms in, it's zoomed in a little bit more. Maybe. I might decide to switch off of this camera view in a minute, but especially because I have temporarily lost the piece for the camera mount that keeps the camera pointed the same direction. It's like if we take a turn or something, or if the cord pulls on it, it'll completely spin the camera in the direction we don't want to be looking. I probably made a mistake on our roads for this storm. I should have probably gone south from where we were, because right now our only south options are pretty much once we get to Alta Vista. So at some point everything will be shrouded by precipitation and we won't be able to see anything. And then we'll potentially have to go through the hail core to get back to the south side of the storm. Yeah, road network out here is extremely limited. Well, actually, no, never mind. That's the road I was just looking at. Oh, we got someone pulled off here. I wonder if they're... I don't know what they were doing parked there. But I had someone else coming up behind me, so if I hit the brakes instead of going around them, they would have hit me. Oh, nice.
Channel 1.
Yeah, gas stations and fireworks stands. Always a great combination. Let's switch back to the roof cam for the moment. It's higher quality, so it gives better overall view. Okay, scratch that. We do have a south option before Alta Vista. Thank you, Google Maps. As long as it's not dirt, we will be good. Or gravel, we will be good. It's saying that it should be paved, so we're going to trust Google for the moment, and if it's wrong, we'll have to just turn around, I guess. Yeah, you can still see a bit of that lowering, like right in there, but the rest of it is being shrouded by the precipitation because we're coming in from the east side and it's almost southwest of us now. This storm also looks to be ingesting the boundary. This one looks like it might have more mass though, so it might be able to withstand the boundary ingestion and potentially try to do some funny business. Because boundaries can make storms do weird things when they interact with them. Okay, now Google Maps tells me that it's unpaved. Interesting. Yeah, it was kind of a strange... It was a bit of a lowering underneath the updraft base and the updraft tower. It's hard to see because the camera didn't zoom in very far and it was a good distance away. But we will... Oh, man. What do you think, guys? I'm saying that we should not risk that road that Google Maps says is unpaved. Because once again, it could start out as gravel and then we get halfway down it and it turns to mud. And then we've got no option but to go back and take the other route. So we're going to pass on that road and just kind of go towards Alta Vista and see how it progresses as we get closer to it.
Channel 1.
Yeah, right now we have absolutely zero internet signal other than Starlink. We are relying 100% on the Starlink at this point. Thank you, Kat. Already seen more interesting stuff than I thought I was going to see today. I was planning on just repositioning today. And I started driving, and then I realized, there's a shelf cloud on that storm. So I checked the radar. I hadn't expected anything like that, and I was like, oh, well, guess I'm gonna fire up a stream. Here we are. Guys, see that little bunny that crossed?
I think he might have just figured it out. We're getting some video through now.
Yeah, it looks like it just came back. I don't know what was going on because I was getting everything pushed out through the bell box cloud, and I was still pushing like 4,500 kilobits, but it wasn't being pushed over to the YouTube channel. It was saying no data. Now it's saying excellent connection again. We should be back now. Minor technical difficulty.
Nothing should drop out anywhere. So, it must have crashed. I'm going to try to log in and see what's going on.
Alright, copy that.
You know if it does that again. I mean, it's never done it to me before. Your Radar Omega 1 runs on the same server as mine, so I'm trying to get logged in. I just need to wait for some better connection, but I'm wondering if somebody tried to do an update or if OBS closed and reopened or what, but I'm going to check on it here and see if there's like an error.
Yeah, because even if there was nothing, it should have gone to like the waiting for signal data loss screen or something.
Oh yeah, something got effed on the server somewhere.
There was some sort of data glitch somewhere. We're working on trying to pinpoint where it came from to resolve it, so. Alright guys, looks like we might be able to just thread in just behind this hail core. This...
Alright, so everything's fine. It looks good, but what there is a OBS failed to connect, but see it auto reconnects, but something happened between the server and the rest of the world, so I don't know if Paperspace just had a glitch where the internet cut out for a second or what, but it's receiving you fine, it's doing what it's supposed to for some reason. The world just took it down and then came back, so if it happens again, let me know, but I'm kind of wondering if maybe there was just like a data center glitch or something.
Alright, yeah, I don't know if Evan or Kian can help monitor that, because I just happened to look over and see that it said no connection at that point.
Yeah, that's all, the only thing I can think of is this must have been an internet glitch somewhere, but alright, yeah, because it looked like it auto reconnected, so it's not like it crashed or anything, but I'll kind of keep an eye on it too. I have you up, and just the tablet went to sleep, so I'll bring it back up. Looks good now though.
Alright, copy that. So our storm is looking somewhat interesting again. A new target storm, rather. Got this boundary that seems to be wrapping up into the inflow region of the storm and continues back off this way. And there's a little bit of probably some small hail just southeast of Alta Vista, but the route we're taking is going into Alta Vista and then south on 177, so we should be able to avoid the hail. And who knows, maybe we'll pop out right here and see like a landspout or something. I don't know. We'll see. Not expecting it, but you never know. Because all this like white that's off on the left 2/3 of the screen, that's all the precipitation, the probably small hail, heavy rain. But since we're on the north side of the storm right now, we're looking down at it, so we can't see any potential lowering or area of interest because we're trying to look through all the precipitation. Yeah, I remember that textbook supercell. I wish I was on it, but that was a very, very textbook supercell back in 2014. It's hard to believe that that was only a year ago, and it's also hard to believe that it already was a year ago at the same time. Got 2 miles until we start heading south. I think we're in a pretty good spot for this storm, generally speaking, given what road options, or lack of road options rather, we had. I'm really glad we didn't try that road that Google Maps said was unpaved, so at least it told me. So that's kind of nice. I just checked and there's not a single spotter network dot on this storm.
I definitely believe that.
Probably also stuck in the mud from yesterday.
Yeah, I guess they didn't have a Buick Encore. Half a mile till we turn south. Looks like it's at this stop sign up here. Dang it, if we were here 10 seconds sooner, we would have been able to make that opening in traffic. I'm not. Could have made that one too, because this person's now turning. Oh well. We'll definitely make this one, because there's no traffic for half mile at least in either direction. Okay, looks like the precipitation is pretty much east of this road now, so that's helpful. We don't have to really drive through any. We can just pretty much take this road due south and then probably go east by Council Grove, maybe. And try to stick with this. I'll get the camera flipped around here. And just for the moment, I will go wide view. Kind of looking like what the other one did. Like, it looks good, and then it gets close to the boundary, then it ingests the boundary. See, this one's still looking fairly healthy. I thought maybe the reflectivity decibel readings. Oh, we just went special weather statement. Alright. Big news, guys. We just got a special weather statement.
Not only that, but there's some convergence at the lowest hill, so kind of a little something developing around it.
Well, tell it to wait. Good gracious. We've been through this. Oh yeah, there is a little bit of convergence. That is 7 miles away from us.
You're probably gonna see a suction vortices on this one.
Suction vortici. This might be trying to produce a landspout or hybrid something. Hybrid tornado landspout thing. It's looking really good on radar and looking fairly decent in person too. Still trying to look through a little bit of precipitation, I think. It's hard to tell exactly where it would be. We are just about in perfect position for this storm. Just about in perfect position. I don't have GR2 pulled up. How high is the lowest tilt scanning for that convergence?
It's at 0.527 tilt. Gotta be somewhere. Yeah, it's getting at. Wait, no, it's not it. Hold on.
A little over 1,000 feet.
Oh, nice. So, pretty low.
You know, I gotta ask, where do you see that at? Like the actual like feet of the hill, because I don't see it anywhere.
Yeah, I'm sending you some.
I think I have
May not have it enabled on here too.
pinpointed the area. Dang, there's water on the
Alright,
way.
just give it the program.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I'm stupid.
your cursor on the map, that's where it'll tell you the beam height in that part of the toolbar.
That's handy. I probably should learn how to use GRT better.
No, that's what you got me for.
My AccuWeather app tells me the beam height.
Stand by.
So does my weather bug toolbar.
Just a second. I'm just gonna stop here for like 10 seconds. There's absolutely no one behind us, and I'm gonna wipe off the water from the lens.
I used to get so excited when that thing like started beeping and it had a little scroll bar at the bottom.
Oh yeah, you felt super important, like something was actually gonna happen.
Perfect. That's a lot better.
This thing has a better potential for a landspout than the last storm did. Permanently bad. It looks like it's actually interacting with the boundary instead of just being behind.
Yeah, I don't know if the stream came through when I was talking about it, but I almost feel like it didn't have enough mass, and the boundary, the extra added vorticity just kind of ripped it apart like the cells in Dixie when there's too much shear and they don't cluster together.
Yeah, there might have just been not enough something. I don't know, vorticity. Maybe the boundary was just not as favorable to orientation, and now this was a little further west and this one's a little bit better. I get the feeling that it might be something like that. I don't know. Because this is the only storm riding the boundary right now. So, sure as hell like it a lot better than the last one.
Wow, guys, look at that structure. Awesome. Almost see that horseshoe shape as well. Pretty awesome. Okay guys, this might be trying to wrap up. We've got a hook echo on radar again. Gotta get like 4 miles south and then east again on Highway 56. This is looking very promising. See if there's any specific. The camera isn't picking it up super well because the scud clouds are not very condensed. They're very transparent, so the camera's having a little bit of a hard time picking it up. I'll zoom in a little bit to hopefully help you guys see it a little more. Got like 2 miles. so close. Okay, 1.5 miles. One mile.
I wanted to bring this up. Like, it looks like your screen's a little more blurry compared to like Minnesota the other day. Like it just a little more blurry. I'm not sure what would be causing that, but I just wanted to let you know in case there's something you can do.
Huh. Interesting.
The lens is dirty.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I wasn't sure.
Oh yeah, I just looked at the preview. It's definitely the lens. Okay, half mile. I think we have no choice but to just blast east with this storm. We'll have like one chance to see if it tries to produce anything. And if it doesn't, we'll just end up having to go over towards Allen and dropping south on 99.
Yeah, this thing is a pretty unmistakable hook on it right now. Pretty broad rotation still, but it's got a mezzo aloft. Just seems to be just trying to grab that boundary. So, it looks pretty good. Looks better than the last one.
Oh wow, yeah, I just looked at the latest reflectivity scan. We need this green light, like, really need it. Okay, they just, alright, here we go.
Wow, what the hell?
Okay, we need to keep going, people. Why are we going so slow? Its speed limit is 30. Okay, speed limit's 30, people. We need to get going.
That van's got to be going like 10 miles an hour.
Yeah, don't have to tell me twice.
Is that like a purple Astro van?
I don't know, but it just turned, so we're moving now.
Oh, thank God, I was getting annoyed just sitting here.
Okay, is it like International Drive Slow Day or something? Whoop. Man, reflectivity is like right over the road. Thank goodness he's turning. Thank goodness. this road curves northeast a little bit and then it goes east. No obvious area of interest that I can make out. Alright guys, hold your horses. We might have something trying here. It's very, very, very low contrast, so it's hard to see. It's like directly in front of the road right now. See if the front camera can pick it up better. Maybe, probably not. No, it doesn't. Back to the roof cam. Hold your horses for a second. Hold your horses. We're not going through on this street, obviously, because this is a minimum maintenance road, but we're just going to sit here and look just for a second. Turn the camera. So right now we're looking, well, the vehicle is due south, so you're looking slightly southeast. Well, man, this road network out here is really kind of screwing us right now. Because this is based on velocity, it would be like due east of us. Which would be off this, actually, okay, new scan just came in, it would be just barely southeast.
south options are that south 200 road that gets down to Dunlap, or you have to go way east through like Bushong or what that town's called.
Yeah, I know. It's really unfortunate. I actually didn't see that street down to Dunlap. Since that's a town, I'm assuming it's paved. I'm gonna try at least go and see what that looks like.
Hi.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I was gonna have you go down Dunlap Road, but you'd already passed it. But it does take you straight southeast. It might get you in a better spot than you're in now.
Yeah, if this south 200 road isn't paved or is terrible or something, yeah, you'd have to double back towards Dunlap or towards Council Grove and take Dunlap Road southeast. But yeah, just let's hopefully 200 road is paved and it's not terrible.
Okay, it's 1 mile up ahead. Get the camera pointed where it needs to be. Somewhat, at least. Wow, that's still way too far left. Okay, here's the road for Dunlap. It's gravel. We'll see how good of gravel. It looks like it gets not so gravelly up here, but I'm going to monitor. This seems pretty well packed down, and there's no precipitation over our area because we're going due south, so we're gonna continue on this road. County road. It said via county road, so it has to be at least somewhat passable, you would expect. I think I gotta get the camera turned again. I think. Yeah, it's facing the complete wrong direction. Yeah, this gravel road has a lot of big aggregate on it, like big stones. If we come to an area up here where it's like completely washed out, we'll have no choice but to turn around. At least that would be the smart decision. Looks like it goes down into some trees. So we're gonna lose visual. Hold on, we're gonna sit here just for a moment, see if I can get a good look at this while stationary. camera turned fine. Yeah, the camera isn't picking it up extremely well. We're gonna continue on this road. Continuing on this road. There's definitely an area that looks suspicious as it's starting to come down, but it's nothing that I think we should hold at that position for. So we need to keep getting south with this or we'll get way behind it. That was a big stone. Not hailstone, an actual stone. Rising motion. But it's still, the rising motion is still pretty close to the cloud base. It's not really getting close to the ground at this point. I did just see a sign that said flood area ahead. So I'm going to be monitoring the road to make sure we don't drive into a flood area, because that would not be ideal. It's got a good look to it, but it just seems like all the rotation isn't making it to the ground. It's like kind of, like I said, it's staying very close to the base of the clouds. Based on my perspective, I'll add that. Because I could just be not seeing something because of our perspective of the storm. So might as well stick with it for a couple minutes at least. Impassable during high water. Okay, well, as of right now, I'm not seeing any high water. And impassable as in impassable for a typical vehicle or impassable for a Buick Encore. Those are two very different things. might have ever, excuse me, ever so slightly of a couplet to the southeast of us by how far? By 4 miles.
Channel 1.
I need to drink some water, my goodness. Man, hopefully that'll help. Don't know why I started losing my voice all of a sudden. Oh my goodness, guys, this is a paved road. This is a paved road. Would you believe it? Another sign, impassable during high water. I don't see any high water, so we're going to proceed. So the area I would be looking at is checking how this lines up with radar. All this went to be a thunderstorm warning for 1 inch hail.
So,
Well, we got on a severe thunderstorm warning today. Can't say I was expecting that. Oh, I gotta turn the camera again, don't I? Yeah, we're looking to have you guys look in the complete wrong direction. There we go. Still seeing a lot of rising motion and rotation, but like earlier, it seems to be confined to close to the clouds. think I just found us a good road network option. Let's see how good this road is before I say that. Gravel. It's not a county road. There's someone behind us. We're gonna just pull off here while we figure out what we want to do. I don't think I'm confident enough in this road. Once we would be able to get over towards Americus, that looks like it would be a good south option, but I just don't feel confident enough in taking that east with potential rain coming from the north. I just don't want to get stuck. Scratch that, we're taking it, because this says pavement ends as well. What did you say?
There's a whole bunch of rivers to your east. If you had gone east on CC Ave, like everything to your east now, it's all like the Neosho River, so it's gonna be pretty hard to get east.
Copy that. So we're gonna flip another U.
Are you having a hard time finding a route?
Oh yeah, this road network here is absolute garbage.
Yeah, it is. So, it's all screwed up because of the tollway, which is 335. Highway 50 turns into like 35 in Emporia, but like if you can get, hang on a second, because I've played this game before. I don't know if any of those south routes are paved, but if any of those south routes are paved, 35, which is the east-west interstate, not the north-south. 35 is not a toll road, and you can actually get on and off of it. 335 you can. It's like if you can find your way back to Emporia, you can use that 35, because that one's not like a tollway, and there's exits every few miles.
Yeah, I'm just continuing south on this Dunlap road.
That's actually out where I got stuck once. It was a freaking mess. I mean, I don't know if it was like that specific area, but it was out around that area. Like, I got caught out in the middle of somewhere, and all the roads just went to hell, and there was any road that made sense.
Well, that inspires a lot of confidence.
Ain't no problem for the Buick, so.
True that. I mean, this road has to be somewhat good. It has a bridge that's weight rated for 24-ton trucks, so it can't go too bad too quick.
Well, usually those ones down there, like if they're good all the way. It's just, yeah, that is such a pain in the ass trying to get around out there.
Yeah, I shit you not. There's like 5 rivers all up in this little corridor right here.
Hold your horse, guys. Hold your
There's
horses.
like a lot of little like marshy wetlands and stuff, like maybe not marsh, but like you know, like fields that flood out and stuff because of them.
Yeah, it definitely looks marshy from satellite.
Alright, I've got eyes on a lowering area. I'm going to take a picture because it's not coming through well on the camera, I don't think. see. Is it coming through on the camera okay? I really can't tell because the sun is glaring off of my laptop screen. I might actually just sit here for a minute. This is an absolute fantastic view. I can see that it's rotating. It is 100% for sure rotating. Let me see something. Definitely got a rotating area down there. Not sure how well the camera is picking it up. Here, I'm gonna try something and see how this works. Give me just a second. Reorganizing cords in the vehicle, which is always a fun time. But hopefully the camera's picking it up okay. The lowering it's not as low as it was. It's kind of gone back up into the cloud base a little bit, but I can still see some. Hold on. I think we have a landspout. I gotta check gotta see if it picks up on the phone camera. Come on. I am 90% sure we have a landspout on the ground.
Copy that.
It's so hard to actually see it. It's not underneath the lowering. It's kind of off on the right side of it. There's a
Do you need
little.
their phone number?
I'm gonna wait a minute because I'm not 100% sure. It could just be the way the light is reflecting, so I don't want it to be a bad report.
Okay, that's fine, but take down the number anyway so you have it. It's 785-234-2592. That's 785-234-2592.
Copy that. Okay, you guys are able to see it on camera. Perfect. Maybe at least the lowering. Not confident about the area that I saw potentially on the ground. It was very not wispy, but it was very transparent. So I'm not gonna 100% call it anything because I just don't have enough confidence in that. I'm keeping a very close eye on this area. Yeah, I don't if there was a landspout down, it's not down anymore from my viewpoint. Really unfortunate that we don't have any road options to get over towards it. Okay, guys, I am going to step out of the vehicle for a minute because for the first time ever, I'm gonna put my spare fuel can in the vehicle because I'm down to little less than 1/8 of a tank, and I want to just get a couple extra miles in to make sure we can get it to Emporia perfectly fine. Always good to carry spare fuel, because you never know when there's going to be absolutely zero gas options, and you're in a situation similar to this. I think what we're going to continue south/southeast with this storm, and because it's continually moving away from us, I can start seeing another lowering shape in there. It kind of reformed it as I was putting the gas in the vehicle. I could see that, but it's continually moving away, so it's going to get harder and harder for us to be able to see it. So what we have to do is go about 8 miles until we get to Highway 50 and then follow that east. I wish I was able to officially confirm or deny if there was something down in there. Oh, yeah, I need to clean off the roof cam lens and give me like just a second. I was gonna do that. See if that helps at all. Let me check the preview. Oh, that looks, from what I can see, that looks much better. So we're gonna continue on with that. Well, the vehicle was clean as of about 3 hours ago. I went to a car wash and washed it by hand, and it was nice and clean. Now it's full of dirt again, but at least it's fresh dirt and it's not like that Kansas clay that I got stuck in yesterday. Yeah, like right now there's so much precipitation I can't make out anything back there, which makes sense because there's precipitation in the way. So they just dropped the severe thunderstorm warning on this. Facing the wrong direction. So I gotta spin it all the way around this way to get it where it needs to be. There we go, that's the area we want to be looking at. Continue south. How far do we got until our turn? 6.5 miles. But so far this road has been good to us, so I'm hoping this road will continue to be good to us. Thank you to everyone who is watching today. This has been an unexpected series of events today. I was on my way for repositioning for tomorrow's marginal risk up in I was gonna head towards somewhere around South Dakota, Minnesota, Iowa area. Somewhere around there. Well, this road's very bumpy. And then I started driving and I saw beautiful shelf clouds, so I was like, well, I'll give it like a half hour now. If it's still there, I'll fire up a stream. And shelf cloud did slightly dissipate, but we got some incredible shots today in an area that's not even outlined for a marginal risk at this point. We're still in a general thunderstorm risk. Those are big potholes in the road, my goodness. starting to be able to make out a slight lowering back in there again. Nothing screaming like, hey, this is imminent or anything like that, but enough to keep my attention peaked. It's also kind of funny because currently I have, after I get around these potholes without hitting them, I have Emporia, Kansas in the GPS, and well, that's where I woke up from my motel this morning, so I'm gonna end up right back to where I was when I woke up this morning, which is kind of funny, kind of sad, but so it is. Got cows. Alright, this is once again looking more and more intriguing. The lowering is getting more organized again. Radar is kind of hit or miss on what it wants to do with this. It looks good, and then it kind of craps out a little bit, and then it looks a little bit better, but I definitely see an area back there that's trying to condense into a lowering. Right now I gotta focus because it's an oncoming vehicle and want to make sure we don't clip mirrors or something. That, yeah. Hope that contrast is coming through on the stream. I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying what it looks like. I'm describing the shape of it. It looks like a large funnel. Not saying it is, I'm just describing the shape.
What?
Friday's looking like a pretty good chase day. Strong surface low and pretty good shear up in the Dakotas and Minnesota.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's enough to lose a full tire in. Okay, we have 3 miles till we get to Highway 50, and then we gotta like blast east. Because this thing is looking, oh sweet, yes! We're back to paved road again. Now I can make up some time. But that is looking mighty interesting. Now I gotta get this fly out of here. There we go, there he goes. Had to get the fly out of here that jumped in when I was getting out to put gas in the vehicle. You guys are able to see the lowering in there. It's slanted from the base of that cloud from top left to lower right, so it goes up almost like a 45-degree angle from top left to bottom right is the direction of the angle. Well, now it's behind trees, so. Whoa. Lots of big potholes on this road. Got just over 1 mile till we get to Highway 50 where we can go east, which is amazing. that's... I don't think my radar omega location has been updating. Give me just a second, because I unplugged what I thought was the cord for one of my cameras, but it actually was my USB GPS dongle that I was using. I gotta get that plugged back in. So my location updates. Gosh dang. Okay, we're gonna stop right here before we get too close to the intersection where people think we're waiting to turn. I just gotta get that plugged back in. Go connect. Alright, there we go. I knew something was up because my location dot was not almost to Highway 50, and I was like, okay, something's not quite adding up here. Oh, thank goodness we turned left before the train. Oh, that timing was absolutely perfect. Once we get up to somewhere near Emporia here, I will be briefly stopping and getting gas. How this is continuing to look on radar. It's got a really good shape on reflectivity, that's for sure. somewhat intriguing. So it's kind of like right in front of the road here, like almost directly above the road. I'm gonna zoom out and give you a more wide view of the entire storm. Just for a moment. Maybe a couple moments. Let's see. Let's see what we've got for gas options. Looks like we have a Flying J not far up here. Let me... Yeah, I don't know. This storm looks okay on radar, and it looks okay in person, but there's nothing screaming that this is anything very threatening at the moment. Right now it's just a pretty storm, no special weather statement, no severe thunderstorm warning. Just a pretty storm. Do we want to... I probably should just stop at this Flying J. I don't necessarily want to, because we have a good traffic flow going, but at the same time, we kind of need to get gas, so. A couple of other options a little further ahead, but at this point I say we just take the Flying J. As long as it doesn't look extremely crowded. There's the truck entry exit. Auto. Okay, perfect. It looks very empty, so we're gonna swing in here, get gas quickly, and then get back on this. the vehicle is fueling up now. I will say that the lowering is looking more pronounced, and it seems to be organizing a little bit more.
We noticed something here. Dream suddenly just looked a lot better, like it just got a lot better bit rate or something once you went under the canopy.
Alright, we got a full tank of gas. Definitely was not the fastest pump in the world. So that is the new view directly in front of us. I'm gonna zoom in for you guys. Right there, it's like almost dead center over the road. And once again, as you get away from Emporia here, we will have more limited road options. And I don't know how much longer I'm going to stick with this storm before kind of calling it a day, but rotation is picking up a little bit on velocity, so we're definitely going to stick with this for probably at least another half hour. Why is there a green light for nobody? Of course, just as the truck pulls up, it goes yellow. I gotta move out so that semi can turn. Keeping an eye over to my left, about my 10 o'clock. Another red light. I debated hopping on I-35, but I just didn't feel like at that point, because there was construction back there and I had to try to get to the gas station and then trying to cross over with that other construction again there just did not sound like a fun time, so I decided that we should continue this way. Oh sweet, a green light. Let's everyone slam on our brakes. Let's see. Got to turn the camera back because we've made a couple of turns. Rotation looks to be broadening out a little bit on radar. Never was extremely organized, but it's less organized than it was. I'm probably not going to give this storm too much more time because, yes, it's pretty and we've been with it for a while, but we've also been with it for a while, so. Today was kind of supposed to be my repositioning day, so not. I guess at this point I just kind of wait for the 0Z model runs tonight to determine how worthwhile it might be chasing tomorrow. But regardless, after I eventually drop this storm, I will have to get moving north again. But I probably should have hopped on the interstate. I did not realize that there were this many traffic lights on this road. Luckily these are at least flashing yellow, so clear left and right. Clear left and right. And red light. We're making such good progress. I definitely did not realize how many traffic lights were on this road. If I had known that, I probably would have not cared so much about the construction and just taken the interstate. Looks like we're past the majority of the traffic lights, so that's good. Ooh. Yes, it is almost 6 p.m., so I don't want to give this storm a ton more time, because I do have to get... Oh no, now we have a train. No, it's a train. I hope it is a very quick and short train. It's a very slow train, I'll tell you that. Oh, okay, this might be the end of our chase today, guys. Because I don't want to be playing catch up with this storm. They are taking this and they are connecting to other rail cars, it looks like. So they're backing up and then they'll probably go back forward, so we'll have to wait for the same train twice, it looks like.
Choo choo.
Yep, choo choo.
How long are you gonna be sitting there?
Oh, it could be a while. Looks like the train's backing up to attach more rail cars. So, if I had taken the interstate, we would not be having this. But I think so long as... Honestly, the storm is looking kind of weak now anyway. Well, I guess at this point we'll give it a couple... Okay, if this train lasts longer than, let's say, 6:10 Central, we're gonna call it a day, unless radar looks miraculously amazing for this storm. Little disclaimer here. This channel does not endorse or condone any of the messages you may read on the side of these train
You can
cars.
just turn around and then go north and then link up with I-35 up to the north.
At this point, I don't even think it's worth it. Storm looks like it's crapping out.
Yeah, that's true.
So once again, this vehicle does not condone, or this channel does not condone or
Yeah, it's
endorse
definitely
any
getting-
messages that you may see on the side of
the
any of
tops
these
are coming
train
down
cars.
again.
So,
Yeah, I don't have a lot of reasons.
oh, Harvey. Wow, I'm really, really glad that we filled up on gas, otherwise we may have ran out of gas sitting here waiting for the train. Oi, this... oh, is the train coming to a stop? But... and the train is at a complete stop. Yes, I have seen the movie Major Pain. I know exactly what you're talking about.
worthwhile turning around, getting on 35 and going east or something.
Oh, at this point, I'm just committed to see how long this train's actually going to block the entire street. So, at this point, it is no longer a storm chase. It is now watching and seeing how long of a train wait this is, because at this point, I'm committed. So, welcome everyone. This is a train. It has been a train and looks like it will continue to be a train for an indefinite period of time. Oh, yep, there it just, oh no! Wow, they just disconnected some of the cars. Fantastic. So now we only have to wait for the rest of this one car to pass. Fantastic. And we are mobile. Okay, note to self. Watch out for stopped trains in the middle of the road. Got it. Oh, okay, and we have a fire up ahead. Got fire department on scene. I was wondering what I saw rising up above the roadway, and, well, looked like a fire. I thought it was like some sort of factory or something, but it is indeed a fire. They have the entire road blocked off. And a lot of fire trucks. Gonna turn the camera away in case, because it very well could be like someone's house burning down back there, and I really don't want to stream that for people. Okay, we are now past that, so I will continue the camera facing forward. It's just a privacy and respect thing. I wouldn't want someone live streaming if my house is burning down, so. I wish the storm would just die.
look like the best it's looked all day on radar.
What was that?
I said, is it just me, or is the storm looking the best it's looked all day on radar?
It's definitely got some high reflectivity returns, that's for sure.
Velocity-wise, this is the most organized I've seen it all day.
Yeah, I don't even know what to make of this at this point. I'm gonna give it a little more time, I guess. I'm gonna take this towards Highway 75 and then probably take 75 north. At least I think that's what the highway, yeah, 75 north. But I'll continue with this for a little while, I guess.
Sounds good. Yeah, I don't think you have much of a choice the way it's looking right now, and it's just right there. Might as well.
Suspicious looking cloud lowering at my 2 o'clock. The now center
Yep,
of the
that's
screen.
exactly where I would expect it to be.
It's looking pretty decent. I'm not seeing tons of rotation, but it's one of the most organized areas of lowering that I've seen all day.
Good. So it's checking out with radar then.
Oh, things could be getting interesting, or not. We'll just have to see. Oops, I just passed my road. Did not realize that that was interstate entrance. Oh well. We have another one a couple miles ahead. I mean, it's trying to organize. I can see that visually. What the heck is going on up here? Hold on. I am extremely confused right now.
Cyclone in Burlington, Kansas. You have a good view of it, so you can kind of like cross-reference what you're seeing.
What is all of this getting kicked up? This looks like a construction site or something. Oh, that's weird. I think it's just the way that the sunlight is going through the little openings in the clouds. It looks like there's like two different lighter areas, which I thought was like either dust being kicked up or it was like some sort of gustnado thing, but it's not. It's just the sunlight. It sure looked suspicious for a second, but we do still have that actual area of lowering for sure. Off to the right. I almost don't know. Man. Once again, we're running out of road options a little bit. Guess we can go down towards Hartford. just got a click.
It definitely has a developing wall cloud looking from the Burlington, Kansas cyclone board.
Oh yeah, I can see that here too. It's definitely trying to organize more. And I am seeing slightly rotating scud beneath it. At this point, we have to go this way. I'm going to try to get the camera turned back for you guys. Kind of hard to see from this exact angle, given where we're trying to look in the storm. We're going to be taking interstate here, but probably just like one exit, and then we'll drop south on 130. Oh, and we're getting a rainbow. Cool. Hope the stream is picking that up okay. Just a minute, I'm gonna go wide angle. Looks like 130 is a absolutely fantastic road option for where we need to get. Highway 130. Actually, I think it's County Road 130. It's not a highway, but... suspicious looking cloud once again visible once we get past these trees. Double rainbow. Not sure if you guys can see it or not. Very vibrant rainbow now. Wow. looks interesting. So where it's attempting to make a wall cloud is kind of this area right here. Looks like these are really bad railroad tracks. But hey, we didn't have to wait for a train at them, so that's a win. I think it's trying to consolidate. I mean, not consolidate a ton, but it's kind of on this right edge. It's trying to ramp up a little bit more. Hold on. We are flipping around. Wall cloud can wait for a moment. We've got a turtle to save. He's trying to cross the road and he's going to get hit. Okay, turtle saved. We can now continue towards the area of interest for our storm. Just had to save that poor turtle. He was going to get absolutely smoked. He was like right where someone's tires were going to go. So turtle rescue complete. Storm chase may continue. So the main area of rotation based on our location in relation to radar is kind of this area right there. I'm not seeing a ton of motion in it. And it's definitely not as low as it was a little bit ago. But velocity seems to indicate that it is still trying to organize. south. Okay, yeah, latest scan of velocity definitely has this decreased in the amount of rotation, which definitely correlates with what I'm seeing. I think this is probably not going to do it, but we have an absolutely fantastic view right here. So I want to at least get a couple of pictures. Turn the camera a little more for you guys, and I'll zoom out so you guys can get the full picture of what I'm seeing. It also gives me a better view of looking for potential rotation because I'm not trying to look through the window as well. Yeah, I do see visible rotation in the entire wall cloud. Really no organized area of lowering beneath it at this point. There is this kind of little area here that I'm watching. It's hanging down, but it's not really spinning that hard. There's a very, very slight upward motion in it. Oops. Regardless, this is a really pretty view. Yeah, it looks like the storm is kind of dying. Doesn't mean it won't try to do it, like try to make like a landspout or some sort of brief spin up, but as like one last hurrah before it goes out. But I feel like if it would have done it today, it would have done it by now, because it hasn't. But I am willing to sit here for a couple minutes and see how this progresses. That area that I had circled a little bit earlier, that kind of whitish area, it's lining up with a very, very small notch on reflectivity that just appeared in the latest scan. And there is more rising motion and rotation in it in that area than there was a couple minutes ago. So again, it's kind of this area right there that I'm watching. But this view is absolutely incredible. This is the kind of stuff that I had not expected at all today. Wasn't even planning on chasing today, but alas, here we are. With one of the most gorgeous views I've probably seen in months. This is just spectacular. This is just incredible. And the storm is like barely moving. A lot of times, dying storms make some of the prettiest ones to photograph. Yeah, the rotation on this is ever so barely present that it's hardly even worth acknowledging at this point. I am seriously debating going just a little further south with this storm. Just because of how pretty it is. don't know what visibility is like up ahead, so I don't. Okay, I'm not trying to blow things out of proportion or anything. Take this very lightly. There is a very, very small uptick in the rotation on this storm, and it also lines up with this little itty bitty area right there that has just formed over like the past 2 minutes or so. Very, very small uptick in rotation. It's honestly nothing to even worry about at this point. It's just kind of a storm feature at this point, but also continuing to monitor. Like I said, ever so slight. Surprisingly, the reflectivity readings on this storm have actually increased a little bit. Like the storm is shrinking in size, but the reflectivity keeps bouncing, kind of decreasing and then increasing again. So while the bulk of the storm appears to be dying, there's still a portion of it that is staying rather someone is pulling up right behind me. Why? I'm not totally sure, but they are now behind me, blocking all of my lights from being visible from the traffic coming behind us. I'm not totally sure. I think she's on the way down. She's been pretty a lot most of the day, but
oh, she's been hella pretty, but yeah, then she just kind of fell on her face.
Yeah, I think it kind of lost the boundary interaction that it had.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm just kind of sitting here watching it die.
Right.
There's ever so slight area of rotation that kind of lines up with that white drop
I'm watching
there.
that as
So I'm just like
well,
kind of
yeah.
sitting here watching it,
Just
like
watching and hoping, right?
like I don't think it's gonna do it, but I would hate to be on the storm for like 6 hours and then leave 10 minutes before it decides it may try to do something.
You've been on the thing for 6 hours?
Probably closer to 4. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been following it since it was over off of Newsfront, or America. That's kind of when I showed up, was whenever it was at America's.
Yeah, I've been following this since it was back by Manhattan.
Oh shit.
So yeah, it's been a slow mover all day, and the road network sure doesn't help. But
Oh, it's great. Yeah, you'll go down a gravel road thinking you've got access still, and it's just like it ends up being a freaking water hole.
yeah,
But
yeah,
yeah.
it was really, really pretty like 5-10 minutes ago, because it was there in the rainbow back over here. Like
Yeah,
that's just
I was sitting just off of 70
it's
watching
just a view that you wouldn't expect to see today. Like I was repositioning from yesterday, and I was gonna go up to like North Dakota, South
Yeah.
Dakota, Illinois kind of hub, and I slept in Emporia last night, and then I started driving. I got like just past Topeka, and I was like, huh, these storms are actually kind of pretty. And I looked at radar, not expecting to see anything. And I was like, oh well, maybe I should look.
Yeah, when she's spawn, bro, it was great, but it just kind of fell on the face real quick.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Yeah, I was up there before the rotation die out, and they like picked right back up real quick, and I'm like, oh hell yeah! And then on the next cycle, it was dead again. I'm like, fuck, dude.
Yeah, it's like I'm probably about ready to bail on this one and just keep driving.
Yeah. Your voice sounds familiar. Are you with Velocity by any chance? That crew? Or?
I work with Vince. I'm part of Project Weather Eye, helping deploy cameras and for that.
sure.
So yeah, live streaming right now. So
Oh, my bad. Sorry for my language.
no, all good, all good. But yeah,
Were you the one that was up in like Minnesota last night?
yes, I was 2 nights ago. Yeah, got that cool tornado. Yeah, 2 nights
Yeah.
ago had that tornado,
Yeah,
and then
that's right, 'cause
last night I got stuck in the mud. Yeah,
I was chasing 2 nights ago.
yeah.
But, yeah.
That Minnesota, it didn't disappoint. Got that tornado, so that was good. Yeah.
I would have given anything depending where old Freddy was.
Mm.
Like that night in Nebraska.
Yeah.
Just that non-mover for like 30 minutes, and then it just exponentially grew and fell on itself.
Yep.
You can hope, but I'm
I've given up hope at this point. I'm just
Yeah.
kind of sitting here enjoying the view, kind of dreading having to start driving north again. But
yeah.
oh well, looks like it'll be an active weekend again, so
Yeah.
that'll be nice.
Yeah. Thankfully, I'm based out of a little way south of Kansas City, so I'm not too far off. Thankfully.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah. Well, it was looking alright. Now it's done. I'm like 95% sure it's done at this point. But it was beautiful over in Portland. Oh yeah, it was great. It was looking good, and then kind of left Emporia and stopped being a thing. So. Not today. He'd be the one to talk to about that one. I just joined in out of Kansas City for this one. Yeah. Well,
We'll have fun.
yeah.
I
Right.
know you guys have lots of fun.
We sure do.
Have a good one, man. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna let you get on out of here, do whatever you're doing. Don't have too much fun, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm not. There we go.
I was like, wait, what? I was like, are you leaning up against the vehicle? But
No.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, have fun, stay safe whenever you're out again. So
Right.
today was a surprise day. I wasn't expecting to see anything, and got one of the most pretty storm views that I've seen in months.
It was definitely beautiful, but that's not all it was.
Yeah.
Have yourself a good one.
You too. Yeah, well. Well, I think that's gonna about do it for me. There's very, very small updrafts somewhere, like just northeast of Topeka, but they're so minuscule that I'm not gonna stay live for those as I continue north. So, see. Yeah, this sure was a pretty storm. That's for sure. It's kind of, it's still pretty, but it's definitely lost a lot of its beauty. I'm not saying it looks like garbage visually, but like severe hazard wise, this thing has like next to zero potential. It's like 0.5% chance that this actually looks or does something even worthy of a special weather statement at this point. But yeah, I'm not expecting anything more from this storm. It gave quite a show throughout the day today, so I'm happy with that. I'm really glad we came down this road though, to be able to get this water at the bottom with the storm on the top. That was really cool. But let me just make sure I'm not missing anything compelling on radar or anything. Yeah, I'm probably going to head over to Highway 75 and then just take that north up towards Topeka and then just continue north and see where I end up tonight as I kind of wait for the 0Z model runs. One thing I did note is there was extremely minimal lightning with this storm all day. So, because if there was lightning, we would have seen it. I think I saw like maybe 2 lightning strikes all day. Let's see, where is I guess at this point I'll stay live for just a couple more minutes as I head north towards I-35 again, then probably where I-35 meets 75 I'll probably call it, because we'll start to lose a visual of the storm. But since we'll still be able to see some of it, I'll stay live for a couple more minutes. But that pretty much is going to wrap up today, pending any ground shattering developments, which I'm not anticipating whatsoever. I honestly anticipated this storm to go up and then just kind of die. Like I said at the beginning of the stream that I expected the stream is probably going to be like an hour and a half stream, but here we are. How long have we been live? I don't even know at this point. I don't have that pulled up right now, but had to have been going at, wow, a little over 4 hours. Yeah, definitely not what I had anticipated from today. I was planning on being like let's see, I forget what I always get those two mixed up. I was planning on being like somewhere near Sioux Falls by like this time, and here I am further south than where I started the morning. So that's kind of funny, kind of not, kind of sad, but it was a good day. So I'm gonna get flipped around. No one coming from any direction. And then we are off again. that's off to the west, that view that you're seeing right now. I have no idea. At this point, I'm just going to drive north. I'm just going to put something along the interstate in the GPS to get me going in that direction. And then see what the 0Z model runs look like to see if tomorrow is a potential chase day or not. Well, it's a potential chase day. It'll help decide my level of confidence in there being a chase tomorrow, but so just for fun, I'm gonna put Sioux Falls in the GPS. 6 hours and 15 minutes. Yep, that sounds about right, because from where I was in Emporia, it was about 6 hours when I put that in the GPS at about 10 o'clock this morning when I left the motel, so. Definitely did not anticipate ending back up in Emporia like 8 hours later. Oh wow. Extreme heat watch is in effect for those states? Wow. Didn't realize it was supposed to get that warm. Yeah, typically I try to stay at a motel like every third night or so. The other nights I just sleep in my vehicle because I have a bed in back that I've built pretty much. So I just save money that way. Oh, looky. Another train. We are just so lucky today. Oh, looks like this one's just finishing up though, and it's moving at a good pace, so that's good. But yeah, so I likely won't stay at a motel tonight, so that's not a huge issue, but thanks for the heads up about them being booked up over by Omaha. Oh, I have a full case of water in my vehicle right now, minus like 3 bottles that I've drank over the past day or so. Well, I still have like 38 bottles of water in here. I have enough water and probably snacks in here that I could live out of my vehicle for a week, even in the heat, so that's good. this point, I'll just wait till we get on the interstate and then I'll adjust the camera. But yeah, today was a unexpectedly fun day. And the end result from today once again goes to show that just because a storm is not severe doesn't mean it's not pretty. Because this thing was only severe thunderstorm warned for maybe like 45 minutes today. I wasn't keeping track, but it was throughout like the entire day. In like the past 4 hours, it was severe thunderstorm warned for well less than 25% of the time. And not severe thunderstorm warned now, well, when we were sitting there with that cool rainbow view, but still extremely pretty. Guys, the full view. So distance-wise and project-wise, I am pretty much no further than I was when I woke up this morning, because I was in Emporia and I had a dirty vehicle. So I went and I cleaned the vehicle inside and out. I got all of the mud out from the inside of the vehicle. That was a chore after yesterday's excursion. And then I went to a car wash and I hand washed the entire outside of the car, got all the mud off, or the clay off rather. It's not mud, it's clay. And then inside the vehicle is still clean, but the outside looks like I haven't washed it in 3 months. That's how dusty those gravel roads were. I will likely, question mark, be live tomorrow. I'm currently planning on a live stream, but so expect one unless you hear otherwise from a YouTube community update. And I've still got to get some of those pictures posted, so I may or may not have time to do that tonight, depending on where I may have to target tomorrow and drive to. So other than that, I think I'm gonna wrap it up here. So thanks everyone who was out here with me, liked the video, watched it, shared, subscribed, whatever you did. Special thank you to those of you who sent PayPal contributions today. It's greatly appreciated. Helps reduce some of the costs from me out here, that I can stay out here and give you this content and provide severe weather coverage, or in this case today, not so severe weather coverage, but still awesome. So, a lot of costs that go into doing what we do out here, so always appreciated, but never expected. But on that note, thanks everyone for hopping along, and I will likely see you tomorrow.